Hi, Melody. Hi, Sana. I'd be more than happy to help you, except I don't really understand what you're saying. I'm doing good, Melody. How about you? Oh, that's so nice of you. That's crazy. It's barely 12 a.m. there. Hi, Farah. Hi, Patricia. Alright, are you guys ready to start asking questions? You're struggling to sleep, Melody? Thanks for that virtual hug. Okay, if you guys are ready to get started, we can start with you, Melody, if you're ready. Good morning, Lisa. Okay, so the current line I have right now is Melody, Farah, Patricia, and then it'll be you, Lisa. Okay, let me just count these cards for you, Melody, so you can pick one. Or sorry, actually pick a pile between 1 and 3 first, Melody. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27, Melody. Okay, so for you, it seems like the card you picked is the Knight of Pentacles. And this is all about pretty much like I'm not sure if you guys like what's going on with you guys right now, but I just kind of like I'm getting this feeling that you guys are, or not even you, it's more him, of course, but it just seems like he's the type of person that's like really patient, reliable, steady, and they may even be like absorbed in their work often. But I'm also getting that I don't know if you guys are having any type of issues or not, or even then, but not even just issues, but they're the type of person that it could be like kind of hard to get them to change their mind, kind of like stubborn wise. But they're also very trustworthy and dedicated towards you, so just so you know that. And also, just so you know, like, this connection is like very deep and reliable. Like, when they think of you and where this could go, they see it as like, they think of it more for the long term, not just for fun, if that makes sense. And they're also looking for like stability and security. So kind of look at this as like as a welcome sign that this is something that has the potential to grow long term. And they're also someone that like likes to work together. So they like to find common ground and kind of help each other thrive and grow, if that makes sense. Thank you for your question, Melody. Anytime. Okay, and next up is Farah. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick so we can start fresh. So Farah, when you're ready, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Hi, Hannah. Okay, pile 1. Yeah, Hannah, you can be added. Yeah, you too, Nikita. Just make sure you guys like and subscribe. The current list I have right now is I'm working with Farah, and then Patricia, Lisa, Hannah, and Nikita. And then just so you guys know, every Friday I do free live stream like tarot readings for all my subscribers. That's pretty much why I asked you guys to subscribe, so you guys can pop in on Fridays and ask questions. Hi, Tarot TV. Yeah, there's a little bit of a line right now. There'd be 5 people ahead of you. Let me put the line on the screen while I wait for Farah to ask her question. Okay, Farrah, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 21 so we can get your answer. Okay, nice. So it seems like the card you picked is going to be the Seven of Cups. And this is such a nice card. This is kind of like nostalgic, playful type energy. And it's also kind of like, so like their thoughts about you. I don't know if you're when you're asking for like relationship wise, but it seems like this is kind of like the type of person where they're really tempted by you, and they kind of look at you, and when they look at you, they're kind of tempted to rush into like any type of situation with you. So I'm not sure if you guys are like friends right now or if you guys are talking, but they're kind of like infatuated. They're like infatuated by you pretty much, and they're kind of using that to guide them to see where you guys can go from here. But they're also kind of like how to say it, like when I see this card, it's kind of like they may be the type of person where they like to look back at stuff they've gone through and kind of look for red flags, or if like they're like kind of asking their gut if this is like a too good to be true type of connection. But they're also trying to take it to the next level, if that makes sense. But they're also kind of like they're taking their time, but they are infatuated by you pretty much. So like you can expect this connection to kind of like let it run its course. You guys, like this person might want to try to get to know you a little bit better first, just because they kind of get the idea that this might be a connection that's like that can go for the long term, but they also have this feeling that it could be like too good to be true. So they kind of want to feel the whole thing out first, and that's just kind of like as a safety measure for them, because it seems like they may have been through some stuff before and they don't want to exactly like rush into anything and take any risks. But they're very tempted to. So if like honestly, you could expect this connection to probably like they're probably gonna watch you a little bit and see how it goes with you and try to just make sure everything is really what it seems. But for the most part, it seems like when it does happen, like the connection, like what's it called, like I guess you can say taking the next step. It might be at random, so kind of expect that. This is like very playful and like just having fun type of energy, but also wanting a future, if that makes sense. So just kind of feel it out and trust your gut too, because that's just it seems like that's what they're doing. They're kind of like being cautious, if that makes sense, but they do want something with you. Thank you for your question, Farrah. Anytime. I hope you have a good day. Okay, and next up is Patricia. Let me shuffle these cards right away. Hi, Lizelle. Thank you, Farrah. Hi, Diksha. Okay, Patricia, let me look into that for you. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Patricia. out too. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29, Patricia. And yeah, Dick Lizelle, if you guys want to be added, just go ahead and make sure you like and subscribe, and I can add you guys to the list. But there's a little bit of a wait right now. Okay, Patricia, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 28. Just because the first card you pulled isn't really like a good determining factor to answer that. So like I want to get a little bit more guidance and kind of insight to it. Yeah, Lizzo, I can add you to the list. Just make sure you like and subscribe. And then I'll update the list on the screen after I'm done working with Patricia. Thank you. We're getting some very strong cards right now. Okay, so I'm getting more than likely a yes. So for the first card you pulled, you got the Justice card. And that one's all about balance and like being fair. And usually when that card pops up, it seems like you've been doing a lot to achieve what you want to achieve. So whenever you ask for a decision, it's going to be balanced and kind of explained as far as when that one goes. So that one isn't really like, that was why I asked you to pick another one, because that one isn't really like very clear cut, if that makes sense. And then the next card you got was a Strength card. And that one's like, it's pretty much always a yes. So it seems like this is most likely going to be a yes with a balanced decision, kind of like, it's kind of like, it's like, you know what you did to get where you are, and you know what you're doing to get you where you want to be, if that makes sense. And this Strength card is like one of the best cards, because this one's kind of like telling you to have confidence in yourself, and also kind of like to give you some more self-assurance, like in any type of situations you're facing in your life. Like, it's all about power and courage, pretty much. And this is like the best card that promotes encouragement. So expect pretty much your answer to be very balanced and neutral, but also you know what you did to get where you are. So as long as you keep doing what you're doing, I definitely see a yes. Yeah, anytime, Patricia. Thank you. Hi, Simon. Okay, let me update the list really quick on the screen for you guys. Okay, I went ahead and updated the list so you guys get an idea of where you're at. Yeah, Simon, you can ask when it gets to your turn. Right now, I'm working with Lisa. Okay. Okay, thank you, Tara, for letting me know you're still here. Anytime, Simone. Okay, Lisa, let me shuffle these cards really quick, but thank you for asking your question. Hello, Mama. Yeah, of course, you can ask. Just make sure you read the instructions and description box, and then I'll add you to the list. Okay, Lisa, now go ahead, and you said pile 2, card 15. Okay, nice. Okay, and your question is... Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so for the card you picked, it seems like the card you picked is the Ace of Pentacles. And this card is always all about pretty much like practicality and new beginnings. So as far as what your question is... Okay. So it seems like... Okay, that makes sense. So it seems like the connection you guys have, as far as why they want to let you go, and them not trusting. So the trusting aspect part, I'm getting that it's coming from some type of previous history. Kind of like, when you get hurt before, it's kind of hard for you to understand that you're capable of being with somebody that's not going to hurt you again. So it seems like that's why, as far as them not trusting you, that's where that part is coming from. And they want to be free, because it seems like they're just scared of getting hurt. Like, they're kind of being practical at the same time. But as far as this has hope and still wants to be with you and all that, it seems like this connection you have is kind of like, when you've been... It's like, the best way to put it is like, when you've been doing something, or you've been like just at something for like the longest time, and it's very repetitive, and you're like super used to it, and like it's like your comfort zone, like, you're just so comfortable doing it. It seems like that's the type of connection that you guys have together. And as far as that goes, when you have a connection that's like that, you're just not used to not having, it seems like that's where they're at with you. But it also seems like they want like a loyal, lasting relationship with you, but they also want to be practical. Like, it seems like they don't want to set themselves up to get hurt again, but they also want to keep things the way they are because they're so used to the connection that you guys have. But it seems like for them to get past this, like, not trusting you and all that, they kind of need to go through a period of like self-reflection and get to the bottom of why they're not trusting you and why they can't let you go. And it's kind of like they need to realize themselves that they're capable of being with other people that aren't going to do what other people have done to them. It's kind of like they're relying on their past experiences and not giving you the benefit of the doubt. But they're also used to this connection that you guys have. Yeah, thank you for your question, Lisa. I hope you have a good day. I wish you the best of luck with that. Yeah, Mama, keep pup and happily ever after. Okay. Yeah, just make sure you read the description. I can add you guys to the list. So just pretty much like and subscribe. So next up is going to be Nikita. Oh yeah, sorry I did skip you, Hannah. Sorry, I was writing down the list and I think I read ahead. Okay, yeah, so next is Hannah, then Nikita. And then I'll update the list after that to add the next people that just added. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, Nikita, sorry about that. You'll be after Hannah. I went over the list when I was writing down the next people. Anytime, Hannah. Thanks for letting me know. Alright, Hannah, let me shuffle these cards real quick, and then you can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, while I wait for Hannah, I'm gonna go ahead and update the list really quick. Okay, I already went ahead and updated the list so you guys can see it on the screen. Hi Barbara, just make sure you follow the instructions in the description box, and I already added you to the list. I'm still just waiting on Hannah to ask her question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Thank you, Hannah. Now go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi Aldana, yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, pile 1. Okay, Hannah, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Okay, so interesting. So for the card you pulled, it seems like you got the Devil card. And this one seems like this is all about like kind of like temptation and wishes you want, like if you want wishes to come true, like they're not coming true yet, if that makes sense. So it seems like they're tempted to do it, but they haven't done it quite yet. So I'm not sure if there's any type of underlying reasons why they haven't yet, but or if, like, as far as like it goes between the two of you, but they're definitely tempted to, but they haven't done it yet. Yeah, I'm getting there's some type of underlying feelings that they're having as to why they haven't done it yet. So it's kind of like they need to face that and get past whatever that is before they do it. But they're definitely tempted to do it. They just haven't done it yet. Honestly, Hannah, maybe you should talk to them and see how they really feel about it. Make sure they're not the type of person that's giving you one answer or like saying one thing but really feeling different, because that's the type of energy I'm getting from them. They're definitely capable of it. They just haven't done it yet. It seems like they might be a little bit scared too. Yeah, but just you should talk to them for sure, honestly. This is like a deeper within type of issue. Thank you for your question. You should really talk to them and see what's going on behind that. It seems like they're feeling some type of way and they may not be telling you. Anytime, Hannah. Thank you. Hi, TRK. Yeah, you can get in the list. I'll add you to it. And hi, Sana. I understand like half of what you're asking, Sana, but I don't understand the rest. And Barbara, as far as a screenshot, like it all depends on what phone you have, if that's what you're asking, is like as far as that type of screenshot. But thank you, Nikita, for picking right away. Let me shuffle these cards really quick so I can get an answer for you. I hope the audio is better too. Last time I was using a laptop and it has like this weird sound in the background. But today I'm like a little bit slower at typing because I'm using an iPad today. But I hope the audio is better. That's why I was trying it out. Okay, pile 3. Okay, Nikita, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 31. Okay, Nikita, so for the cards you picked, you have the Knight of Pentacles here. And then this is very committed type energy. So I'm not sure if this is like a friendship or a relationship, but as far as like how they're feeling towards you, it seems like they're being very patient, and this is like a very like if you're looking to take this to the next step, expect this to be like really reliable and steady. But I'm also getting they may be the type of person that can easily or may even be often tend to be absorbed by their work. So don't take that too personal. Kind of like just look at them as being a hard worker. And I'm also getting, this can be like a stubborn type of person. So if you don't know that already, just kind of like keep that in mind. And not a bad type of stubborn. It kind of just depends on how they are. But it seems like they could be the type of person where it could be hard to get them to change their mind. But also know that they're very like dependable, dedicated, and trustworthy too. And if you're looking for commitment, no, this is like that. This is definitely where the type of person they are. Like there's somebody that wants to have like yeah, that's definitely what I'm. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting at right now. This is the type of like they're the type of person that wants a committed type of relationship. So if you guys have been talking right now, they're the type of person that leads life with purpose, if that makes sense. So them talking to you, like they're the type of person that is going to talk to somebody that they see long term with. They're not just going to waste time and have like little flings. And even if they have, they're not doing that right now. They're the type of person that wants to work with you to achieve stuff together, to work towards stuff together, to have relationships together. So this is definitely like they definitely see you as a stable person, and they definitely want to take it to the next step with you as far as like a real committed relationship. Because when they see you, they see like they just get this sense of security, if that makes sense. We'll see if there's a third person, that could make sense why they're stubborn. It seems like if that's the case, then that third person could be like giving them something that they want from you, but they may not be getting. So maybe you should talk to them and see what like why they still have that third person, whether it's already a relationship. If they're already in a relationship, that could be because they're so used to being with that person, that type of thing where they're so used to the person so it's hard for them to let it go, or just because they want to spare their feelings. Like they're stubborn. At the end of the day, this is like a stubborn person at the end of the day. So it's kind of get to the bottom of it, but I definitely see them wanting to take it to the next step with you. But obviously, if there's another person, they need to get rid of the other person first. But just know when they see you, they definitely see like long term. So I wouldn't take that third person too seriously exactly, but you should definitely talk to them and sort that out. Yeah, thank you for your question. Okay, next up is Carrot TV with T. Yeah, thank you, Nikita. I'm glad it did. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and update the list again so you guys can see where you guys are, and also so the new people can see where they stand. Okay, Tara, let me go ahead and shuffle these cards, and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find out what's going on between that. Okay, pile 3. Barbara, what type of, like when you're asking as far as screenshot, are you trying to take a screenshot with your phone? If you are, what type of phone do you have so it could kind of help you out there? Okay, Tarot, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 24. That's crazy, Tarot. So, as far as what you're asking, are you trying to, are you like asking how you should feel about that? Like about the whole thing happening, or as far as like him, or as far as like Larry talking to that girl about it? Or how, or like, do you want to know how the girl was feeling? I just want to make sure so I can answer you correctly. This is an interesting card, though. Okay, how he was feeling about what you were saying. Oh, okay, I understand now. First of all, that's cool that you're a spiritual advisor. But as far as a card, I have the Four of Pentacles for you. And it seems like, honestly, them listening, they were just like flat out, like just genuinely curious. And they're also very accepting about it, so that makes sense why they were listening. I'm also getting that they're going to be like, it's kind of like they were getting like this comfort behind all of it just because they could, like, they might have been like a skeptic. You know how those go. Like, they got to see it to believe it type thing. So there was kind of like they were giving up their control, or like giving up how they feel or their thoughts when they were listening in the whole time. So I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly, if they end up coming to you trying to ask their own questions, honestly. Because it seems like they might have some type of issues and some their own situations, or even their own people that they want to ask you about. So I would kind of take that. That was like there's nothing really wrong about that. It just seems like that's just some like playful type of energy. Like they were just genuinely curious, honestly. And if anything, it seems like you enlightened them. Okay, Barbara, you have a Samsung Galaxy. I believe like with the Android phones, Barbara, you would press the volume button, like the down button, and like the power button for your screen, like at the same time for a screenshot. I'm pretty sure that's how you do it with Androids. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Especially if you're saying all that to her. Yeah, honestly, even more so like that, then they're definitely just being extra curious. And it seems like they're probably messing with you, honestly. Because honestly, this is kind of like, this, like, whenever I see this card, it kind of gives me that, like, that energy, like, like you're scared to lose control type thing. So it's kind of like, they're scared to not be the only person that knows what's really going to happen to them. Like, they don't want to lose that control, if that makes sense. So obviously, when they listened in on the other person, they're like very curious behind that. Especially if you're good like that. Yeah, I would just take them as a curious person, honestly. And I'm sorry, I'm not surprised. That's what I want to say. If you see them again, I'm really not. This seems like the type of person that's really exploring this right now. Yeah, but I wouldn't take this as anything other than that, honestly. It just seems like they're really curious about it. Like I said, they're probably like a skeptic. That's what I'm getting. Like they're scared to lose control of their own like just their own, not even their own information. But you know how some people are kind of like always like well, they could just kind of be like, it's like, you know, when you give readings and stuff, they never really understand it, and then until it happens, like you hear what's said, but then you don't know how to apply it to yourself until it really happens, and you're like, okay, so that's how it worked out, like they got applied to this part, because you know it could always apply to any part of you. That didn't work, Barbara. You tried doing it at the same exact time, right? Like both buttons and like at the same exact time, not like one at a time, like together. Like do it like fast. I don't know how to do that then. I could have swore Android you do like with the bottom like volume button and then like the power button at the same time. Oh my goodness, and he asked you to be his girl? Okay, if that's the case, they're definitely trying to lose control to you, if you know what I'm saying, as far as this card goes. That's crazy though. Honestly, I'd say be careful with that connection just a little bit, because it could be, you know, for either their own personal gain to kind of like find out where they're going. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ask you questions. That's crazy though. They're really trying to lose control to you, and I'm talking about more than just like finding out insight about their life. Yeah, honestly, this is like some playful energy. I'm getting playful. So honestly, just kind of tread lightly, because I don't know if they're like just some like, you know, I don't want to say a random because that's mean, but like just some person that you've never really or like never met in person or anything like that, you know. And honestly, your picture too, you look beautiful in your picture, so they could be like easily infatuated by you too. That's kind of I think that's why I'm getting playful energy so much. But thank you for your question. He can have you. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm telling you, I'm getting this. They're trying to lose control, and it seems like that's more than one way if you're saying they asked you to be their girl after. Oh my gosh! And you were at their house. Okay, you were at his house. Oh, this is getting like juicier and juicier. Yeah, then I would definitely say go for it. See where it goes. Yeah, I would definitely say go for it. But also, you know, I can tell you're intuitive, so kind of trust your intuition too. Like feel it out. Don't rush into it. But obviously, you know, this seems playful. I say why not explore it? That's crazy though. Yeah, I wish you the best with that tarot. This seems like very like kind of like just like that have fun, see where it goes type energy. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question. Okay, next up is gonna be Lizelle if you're still here. That's so crazy, tarot. I'm gonna shuffle these cards in while I wait to see if Lizelle is still here. I'll give Lizelle like 10 to 15 seconds, and then if not, we'll move on. Okay. Hi, Lizelle. I'm glad you're still here. Let me shuffle these cards so I can break the pile up. And then I'm going to roll some astrology dice too to kind of get some more idea as far as characteristics. Just kind of like, it's kind of like it complements the tarot cards really well. Okay, so let's start with the card first, and I'll roll the dice. Okay. Okay. So honestly, I'm gonna start with these dice first, just because this card is a little. It's a little It could be a little hard to read, but these dice are definitely gonna help as far as understanding it better. So I'll tell you the card, but I'll explain it to you after I read the dice. So for the card, it seems like you picked the Three of Swords, and this one kind of is like an all over the place type card. So I'm gonna start with these dice first. So how the dices work is there's 3 dice, there's 12 houses, and then on the other 2 dice is the planet, and the other dice is like the zodiac sign. So for the zodiac sign, this you got like Leo energy. So your future husband is gonna be somebody that's like pretty much that knows how to embrace like their inner child, but not like, but they still know how to be serious. They're also like very protective, brave, playful. Sometimes they may even be like to be like the center of attention. And they're also going to be someone that's kind of popular, but also very fun and like entertaining. And they may even be like a higher up. And as far as higher up, I mean that like that could be like job related, or that could be somebody that's like, just like think big when you think like that, like, like somebody, a CEO, somebody that has like a lot under their belt, if that makes sense. And then for the house, we have the 7th house. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, honestly. So this is definitely someone that's looking for like marriage. Um, and they're also into like close and personal partnerships. So they're going to be like open to communicating and getting to know you better, because they're the type of person that cares about how you feel and what you think. And they're also going to be very romantic. Yeah, and honestly, again, this one is all about like businesses, like business overall. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're a type of businessman. It's like somebody that works higher up in a business, like in a business setting. And then for the planet, let me see. This is Neptune. Okay, so, or sorry, this isn't Neptune. This is Uranus. So this one is always all about like like how to word it. This one's all about kind of like you may even meet them starting out as friends. Like it might not even be somebody you just out of the blue just meet and you guys go somewhere, like take things to the next level, like somebody you just become infatuated with on the spot. It seems like this type of person is going to be somebody that may even start out as a friend first, and then there's going to be like sudden progression and you're going to feel it. Like it's kind of like you'll know when it happens, and it's also going to be like very unpredictable when it does happen. So keep that in mind. Like this isn't something you can wait for it, of course, but just know that it's going to come to you during a time where you kind of like, like you don't really like even if it's already happening, it's gonna get like really serious when you least expect it. Like they're that type of person. And then with this Three of Swords card, it seems like this person will most likely come to you with all this good stuff. They're not the type of, they may be like I don't want to say they're a heartbreaker. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like they're the type of person that came to you or will come to you after you go through a period of like sorting your feelings, and kind of like you've been through a lot already, and this person is going to be that person to kind of like finally put all that behind you and take it to the next step, and not and make sure you don't ever go through anything like you have before, if that makes sense. So I hope that makes sense, Lizzo, and thank you for your question. Hi Kimberly, hi Stella. Okay, Kimberly and Stella, yeah, I can add you guys to the list. Just make sure you follow the instructions in the description box, and then I'll update the list. So next up is going to be Diksha, if you're still here. Yeah, anytime, Lizelle. Thank you. Okay, let me move these dice and let me shuffle these cards. And then, Diksha, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find that out for you. Okay, pile 1. Okay, Diksha, now pick a card between 1 and 28. Hi, Renee. Yeah, just make sure you guys like and subscribe, and I'll add you guys to the list, and I'll update the screen. I asked you guys to subscribe just because every Friday I do free readings for like all my subscribers, like new or returning. So it's kind of like to benefit you guys. So just make sure you like and subscribe, and then I'll update the list after I'm done with Diksha so you guys can see where you guys are. Okay, thank you, Renee. Okay. Alright, Diksha, so for you, I have the 7 of Swords. And this one, as far as time, when you're asking when, this one, usually the swords, when I see swords, I see weeks. So I'm getting between 7 weeks and the spring. So it's kind of like, so obviously we're already in the spring, so I feel like it's more like before the end of spring and within like 7 weeks, if that makes sense. Thank you, young Buddha. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, thank you, Diksha. Alright, let me go ahead and update this list really quick, and then, hi, GA. Anybody that's barely joining, just make sure you follow the instructions in the description box below, and I'll add you guys to the list. Okay, Diksha, that makes sense if you were facing difficulties. Because honestly, this card, like, when it comes to this card, it's all about kind of like being deceitful. So maybe as far as like your approach to these applications, I don't know if you're kind of like, you know, like how you kind of like hype yourself up a little bit. But like, make sure when it comes to these applications, you're being as accurate as possible when you're able to back up what you're saying. Because it seems like that may be a determining factor as far as to why you're facing difficulties. Because that's what this card is all about. So it seems like if you're facing difficulties, they may be feeling like you're being kind of like dishonest and kind of like you're cheating them a little bit. So maybe try a different approach. I feel like if you take this what I'm saying and you just try a different approach and kind of like make sure you have enough to back up what you're saying, you know, just kind of give them your all so they know that you're not like lying or anything about that. But it seems like, you know, with all the people that come in, they're just kind of being more careful if anything. So as far as like, you know, applying and getting any type of admission, just make sure you're being like 100%. Like 100% true. And make sure you can back up everything you're saying. Because nowadays, that's what people really do look at. I hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to say you're lying, but they're just kind of being more careful on their side, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you for your question, Diksha. Just, like I said, just try a new approach, but I definitely see it happening within like 7 weeks. So just take that new approach and make sure you can back everything up behind it. And you should definitely see some results. Okay, and next up is going to be Saman. Sorry if I'm saying it incorrectly. So Saman, if you're still here, go ahead and make your presence known. And I'm going to go ahead and update this list really quick. Okay. Okay, Saman, thank you for asking your question. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 while I shuffle these cards really quick. Whenever you're ready, Saman, just go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. 3? Okay. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29, Saman. Hi, Barbara. Did you manage to figure out the whole screenshot thing? Okay, nice, Simone. So it seems like the card you picked is the 3 of Pentacles. And this is such a great card. This is always about like coming together and working together. So I'm not sure the type of connection you guys have, whether this is a friendship or if this is like a relationship. But it seems like this one, like if whichever one the case may be, this will go for either one. But they're looking to like kind of like They want a future together with you. They really do. Whether that's a friendship or a relationship. And it seems like you guys working together and coming together is gonna like kind of like get you guys to trust more and also learn more about one another while also having fun just doing it. Like, have you ever like, had to work in a group or something and you always connected more with that one person out of like everybody else in the group? It's kind of like that. So, obviously it's like that one person, like you just had fun doing it. You guys get to know each other even deeper while doing it. And then you guys ended just like, flat out just becoming friends and staying in touch past that. So it's like, this is the type of connection this is. So as far as how they're feeling towards you and their next action, just know that they definitely want to come together with you and take it to the next level. And also just keep learning and having fun with you overall. Hello, yeah, you guys can be added. Amira and U320. So like I said, Simone, if you're looking for like something long term, you can definitely expect that of this person. Okay, you guys are friends. Yeah, then you can definitely expect long term friendship out of this person. It seems like they overall just have fun doing anything with you. And they're also the type of person that just feels like when you guys do anything together where it's like, either even if it's like a creative project or just flat out working or even talking about anything together, they have a lot of fun doing it with you. And it seems like you kind of like teach them more about themselves that they didn't know beforehand, if that makes sense. So you're kind of helping them learn more about themselves, and they really like that about you. But if you're not scared, they like just kind of like a heads up. If you're not scared, they may take this connection and try to take it to the next level. So kind of just keep that in mind. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question, Simon. Oh, Barbara, you're not stupid. Honestly, technology is just hard. Okay, let me update. Anytime, Simon. Thank you again for asking. Let me update this list. And then next up is going to be Mama, if you're still here. Thank you, Simon. You too. Yeah, Myra, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about that. There's quite a list right now, though. Okay, Mama, let's look into that for you. Let me shuffle these cards, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Mama, and we can find out what's going on. Three, okay. Okay. Thank you, Mama. Now you can go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28 so we can find out what's going on. Okay, Mama, while I wait for you to pick a card between 1 and 28, I'm gonna go ahead and update this list really quick so I could just add the couple people and kind of like just update it overall. Okay, 27, thank you. Okay, so this is okay, that makes sense, honestly, with what you're saying. Hi, Ashley. So, is the card you picked is the King of Cups. And honestly, that makes sense. Because this card is always about, like, restraining. It's kind of like, honestly, the best way to put it is this is the type of person that's like, just like that one person that is always holding back how they really feel. And, like, they kind of just suck at even just talking about how they feel overall in general. And then it's kind of like I'm getting that they like have this calm nature and they have like these like they can be calm and collected with their responses, just kind of like to remain peaceful, but like when they do that, they're not really like it's hard to understand who they are or even what they're getting at or how they really feel because they're just saying so little. So as far as like how they're feeling towards you, it seems like they're kind of like they're being understanding as far as whatever's going on between you guys or like this connection that you guys have, but they're also kind of like there's something inside of them that's kind of having them hold back for some reason. And it seems like their like lack of response and stuff is they're just trying to be practical with this connection. So I feel like you should try to talk to them and try to get them to wear their heart on their sleeve so that you can get to the bottom of this because there's definitely there's something going on beneath it all. But they're like just like their lack of response makes it hard for you to really understand. So it's kind of like you may just need to talk to them about that and tell them that it's just like flat out hard to read you. Like just tell them because honestly, without doing that, there's no way. It's like you just have to kind of like be honest, but not be hurtful about it, if that makes sense. Because I'm getting also too when you talk to them about this, they're gonna know. They're not gonna deny it, but they're also gonna be like I wouldn't be surprised if they give you like more common like just like basic responses when you do try to talk to them. But it seems like they have this practical approach when it comes to whatever's between you guys. Yeah, I'm glad it does. You should just try to talk to them. I've dealt with people like that in the past too. It's kind of like those people that are just hard to read overall, and it's kind of like you just have to tell them because people like that don't really get told that often, and if they do, it's kind of like you have to kind of like hold your ground and express how you feel. Because if they care enough, they'll change it, and then it's not even like change, but like they'll at least try to get a little bit better at it, so you can get an idea of how they feel and what they're getting at. Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your question. Hi, Ashley. Yeah, you can be added. And hi, Cheryl. You can too. Okay, and next up is going to be Keep Up with Kefian. Sorry if I'm saying it incorrectly. I'm going to give them a little bit of time to join or to see if they're still here. Because I think when I talk to you guys, like, just so you guys know, I think there's like a little bit of a delay. Because I have noticed sometimes I'll talk and like I'll wait, but then you guys will respond in the chat, like, when you guys hear me. Like, but I feel like there's a delay. So just kind of like keep that in mind. Like, if you ever hear like a lack of response for a little bit, it's because there's like a little delay. Like, I get your chat right away, but like I think my voice to this is kind of delayed like a little bit. So I'm gonna wait probably like, 20, 30 more seconds to see if Keep Up with Caffeine, if I'm saying it correctly, is still here. And then also I'm gonna go ahead and ask right away too, is Happily Ever After HEA still here? And I already, okay, you're still here, Keep Up, okay. Alright, thank you for letting me know you're still here. Let me shuffle these cards, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Keep Up. Anytime, Jay. I have 3, okay. Okay, Keep Up. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26 so we can get some insight to how they're feeling. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So for the cards you picked the 5 of Wands. And this is kind of like, this is like playful energy, but it also seems like, I don't know if this is a situation with you, but that's often like the most common situation with this is kind of like being in battle with others. So I'm not sure if there's other people that are like trying to pursue you per se, but it seems like this Taurus kind of feels like they have like a little bit of competition for you. Either competition for you overall, or they feel like they may have to just overall like they have this idea that like they want to like do like they want a connection with you, but they feel like they may need to like win you over first. And also this could also be like a sign too, if if that's not necessarily the case, I'm getting that more though. I really am. I'm getting that more that they're the type of person that's kind of like they want this connection with you, but they feel like they have to do a good amount of stuff to kind of express that to you if they haven't already, and kind of just let you know like how they really feel about you. But if you are already in a relationship with them, this could kind of be like kind of like a sign. And even if you're not in a relationship yet, just kind of look out for it in case, because this could be like someone that kind of doesn't take things too easily, as far as like when you joke around and stuff, like, you know, like when you have like playful fights, or like, you know, you just pretty much kind of like you just joke around. But you know, some people that take it a little too seriously, they may be the type of person that's kind of emotional when it comes to that type of stuff. So if you guys have been doing that, or you guys have done that already, just kind of keep that in mind, to keep things playful with them, because they're the type of person that they have a lot of emotions and feelings, and they'll kind of like take what you say a little too seriously. So kind of keep that in mind, because it's kind of like they're kind of like gently walking on eggshells around you, because they really want something there, but they also don't want to like mess it up. But they also have like a lot of emotions when it comes to this too. So just kind of keep that in mind. But this is like very playful type of energy. And if you guys are like talking or in the works, or however the case may be, they definitely want to take things to the next step. So also keep that in mind. Yeah, so honestly, like lastly, just kind of let them know that if this is something you want with just them, kind of like give them some reassurance overall, honestly. Because honestly, some Tauruses are like that. They kind of just need that reassurance to know where they stand. Thank you for your question. Yeah, thank you. Anytime. Okay, and next up is Happily Ever After. I'll give you a little bit of time to see if you're still here. I had asked if you were here a little while ago, but you could have stepped out and came back. So I'm going to update the list really quick while I wait to see if Happily Ever After is here or not. Okay, so I think it's safe to assume Happily Ever After is in here, so we're going to just move past them and we're going to move on to Barbara. So Barbara, if you're still here, I'm going to update the list on the screen. If Happily Ever comes back, we'll just get back in line. So I'm going to wait like 20 to 30 more seconds to see if Barbara's still here. And then if not, we'll move on next to Aldona, if you're still here. Okay. Hi, Barbara. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these cards. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Also, if we have anybody in the chat that knows how to take a screenshot on an Android or this Galaxy Samsung that Barbara's saying, can you guys like help her out? She's trying to take a screenshot, and I have like an Apple phone, so I don't really know how to take a screenshot on her type of phone. So, you know, if anybody can, just help her out so she can take a screenshot. And take your time, Barbara. Not everybody types fast, and that's okay. Hello, Ayushi. If I'm saying your name correctly, sorry if I'm not. Hi, happily ever after. It's okay, no worries. Are you ready, Barbara? Happily ever after. Since we didn't get that far, we can get you back in after Barbara. We're still working with Barbara though. So Barbara, if you're ready, just go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we could start your reading. Okay, happily ever after. Thank you. And then happily ever after, you can go ahead and pick a pile right away so that way we can just be ready for you. So just pick a pile between 1 and 3 and then we'll go from there when Barbara's done. Are you okay, Barbara? Do you have any questions or anything? Okay, Aldona, I'm glad to see you're still here. Thank you, Renee, for letting me know you're still here too. Right now we're waiting for Barbara. And then happily ever after, I had went past them because they weren't here, but they had lost connection, and they came before Barbara. So I'm gonna help them after Aldona, and then we'll get back on track with you. So we're still waiting for Barbara right now. I'm gonna just go ahead and give Barbara some time. So then happily ever after, if you're ready, we can start going forward with you if you're still, like, if you're ready right now. So that way I don't have you guys waiting too long. But as soon as Barbara's ready, we're gonna like squeeze her like right away in. So happily ever after. I know you already asked your question, but if you're ready, you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Thank you, Ashley. Okay, and Aldona, are you ready right now? If happily ever after, Aldona, if one of you guys are ready, whichever one responds first, we can just go ahead and move on while we wait for Barbara. And also, it might be delayed for you guys. If you guys leave and join back in, just make sure to skip to like the end whenever you're hearing this, so that way you're like up to date on the live stream, if that makes sense. And like I said too earlier, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I do free readings every Friday for all subscribers, new and returning. I'm gonna wait about like 15 more seconds, and then we'll just keep going until until Barbara's ready, happily ever after, Aldona, until you guys pop back in. So then I'm just gonna go ahead and ask right away, is TRK still here or Kimberly? Because it's already been a few minutes and I don't want you guys waiting too long. So let's just go ahead and ask right away, is TRK in here, Kimberly, Stella? I know Renee, you're still here, so if none of them respond, Renee, we'll just go ahead and move on to you right away. Okay then. Yeah, thanks for that, Renee. I can't tell either, because on my side it'll say, like, sometimes it doesn't refresh correctly, because on my side it says 7. Okay, Aldona, you're still here? Alright. Okay, then Aldona, we'll go ahead and move on with you. Aldona, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, so we can get that general reading for you. Then we'll come back to Barbara. And like I said, TRK, Kimberly, or Stella, let me know if you guys are here. If not, we're going to move on to Renee after Aldona. And then also, happily ever after, whenever you hear this or join back in, we'll be ready for you too. And thank you, Ashley, for letting me know you're here. So if those other people, like the other 4 people I said, aren't here, then this line should move pretty quickly. So I'm just going to keep moving on, and I'll squeeze them back in if they come back in. Okay, thank you, Aldona. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. I'm glad I pronounced your name correctly, Renee. Yeah, Aldona, I see your comments. I'm just waiting for you to pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can get going with your reading. Hi, Jay. Yeah, you can get added. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys again who's here. So right now I'm working with Aldona. I'm going to update the list right now. And TRK, Kimberly, Stella, if any 3 of you are still here, just make your presence known, because I'm going to update the list so that everybody can see where they stand. Okay, 2, Aldona. Okay, Aldona, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Anytime, Jay. Thank you, Renee. Hi, Happily Ever After. We'll put you back in after Aldona. And make sure you guys skip the live stream if you guys are going in and out to the most current time. Like, skip it all the way through. Because otherwise it'll be delayed for you guys. Okay, Aldona. So for as far as your general reading goes, you have the Ace of Wands, and this is such a great card. This, like, just know that right now is like such a great opportunity that you need to utilize just to pretty much engage and capitalize on any new opportunities, any type of growth potential, and just inspiration. So if you have any ideas that you have right now, just to kind of look at this as a sign that pretty much the whole world is available to you. You got to keep that in mind. And, and like, you need to open yourself up to receiving new opportunities that align with not only you, but like, your like thoughts and your beliefs. And this is also a card that tells you to always like follow your heart and live with your and live your passion. So like if you're questioning anything right now, like anything, any new ideas, or just going towards any specific way or paths, just this is kind of telling you and like kind of giving you like a little nudge, like like this is a sign, like you need to pursue that. Don't question it too much. And then also, if it feels good, keep doing it. If it doesn't, then just drop it. You don't have to keep doing it. And then also like let your energy, your dedication, and just all your motivation guide you throughout everything. But pretty much this is like a sign type card. So if you've been looking for a sign, this is pretty much it. And also keep in mind too, if there's anything that you like try to achieve, as far as anything in your life at all, if it doesn't work out the first time, there's never anything wrong with that. That's like a great opportunity to learn from and to kind of like adapt from and know what not to do the next time. So always take what doesn't go right as a learning experience. Don't ever look at it any other way. So like overall, you just know you have the opportunity to grow, but it's up to you to pretty much set that in stone. Like this is like, look at this as like you have a seed, but it's up to you to plant it, to nurture it, and maintain it if you want it to thrive and prosper. So like lastly, Aldona, just take this card as kind of like now's the time for pretty much any type of new beginnings, new potential, and new growth overall. And thank you for your question. Okay, and now happily ever after. Are you ready? I'm glad you liked your reading, Eldona. Hi, Gemini. I haven't seen you in the chat yet. Were you here under another name, or did you want to be added to the list? And hi, Kevin. Anybody new that's barely joining, just make sure you like and subscribe, and I can add you guys to the list. And then know that every Friday I do free readings for all my subscribers, new or returning. Yeah, Kevin, just make sure you like and subscribe, and I can add you. And then I'm going to update the list real quick. I'm just going to ask one more time for Happily Ever After if you're still here. Thank you, Kevin. And if not, Happily Ever After, I'm going to wait for you. And in the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and get going with Renee. So Happily Ever After or Renee, go ahead and make your presence known in the chat. And I'm going to update the list right now on screen. Okay, thank you, Happily Ever After. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then Renee, we're going to move on with you next. I'm going to go ahead and update the list really quick so I can move all the other people out of the way so everybody could see where they're like really at right now. Okay, now I updated the list. Okay, Happily Ever After. Now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25. And yeah, Kevin. So pretty much how I do it is I like to make this as personal as possible. I don't really like to, like, I can pick cards for you, but I like I like to more let you guys pick the cards, and then I pretty much interpret it and help you guys out and help it like apply it to you and kind of use my intuition to let you know what part of the cards I feel like are really speaking to you. So like I pretty much every time it's a new person, I'll shuffle the pile, break it into 3 piles, and then depending on the pile you pick, I count the cards in it, and then that's why when I say pick a card between this number, like 1 and whatever, you guys pick that card from your pile, and then I read it to you guys based off your question, pretty much. Yeah, thank you. I like to get it like as personal as possible because it's not like you guys are in front of my face. So this is like the next best thing. Okay, Happily Ever After. So let me go back to your question. Okay. This is interesting. Alright, Happily Ever After. So it seems like the card you have is the Hermit. And every time I see this card, this is all about like being and like pretty much feeling lonely, being lonely. So based off of what you asked, once they realize, yeah, okay, so once they realize that you blocked them after what he did, I don't really blame you. But it seems like they're gonna go through a period of like self-reflection, and they're gonna be feeling kind of lonely and like taking some time to themselves during this period. And it also seems like they're kind of gonna look at like look at what they did and do some like soul searching and kind of like like the best way to put it is like they're kind of gonna like learn from this experience pretty much, and they're gonna kind of get some strength from it. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's what I mean. They're really gonna take like you doing that, like the whole blocking thing. They're really gonna. It seems like they're gonna take that to heart. They are. They're gonna really just kind of like spend some time with themselves. Like they're gonna. It seems like they might even withdraw from just their like current situation and everything around them. Hold on, really quick. Let me shut my window so this, like my neighbor's dog can stop barking. Okay, sorry about that. I closed the window. You might be able to hear them a little bit because it's like one of those small dogs. You know how loud they can get. But hello, awareness, and hi, Kyokin, if I'm saying your name correctly. Just make sure you guys like and subscribe, and I can add you guys to the list. But, anyways, okay, happily ever after. See, that makes sense. So if you still have them on there, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, if they do try to reach out to you, I don't blame you for ignoring them because, like I said, they're kind of taking the whole blocking thing already as like a learning experience. So if you do plan to ignore them, they're just gonna keep learning from that. But just know, like during this whole period of time, like during all of this, they're definitely feeling lonely. Yeah, like they're definitely feeling lonely, and they're like I said, they're just like it seems like they kind of realize like they're realizing where they went wrong and they're really taking this whole situation and they're just like kind of withdrawing from everything and learning from it, kind of like so they know next time what they shouldn't do, if that makes sense. But I hope that makes sense, and thank you for your question. Happily ever after. And then let me add awareness and karaoke to the list. Thank you, happily ever after. And also for the new people that just joined, I pretty much ask you guys to subscribe just for like more to benefit you guys because every Friday I do free readings. And you guys, like, it's for new and returning subscribers, so you guys can pretty much pop in every Friday and ask whatever you want. So just so you guys know. Okay, so next up is gonna be Renee. Okay, Renee, thank you. I'm gonna shuffle the cards, Renee, and then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay, Renee, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 21 so we can find out how they would react. Okay, Renee, so the card you picked is the... let me count this. Okay, it's the Eight of Swords. So this card is kind of like, it's usually like a sense of like feeling trapped overall. But okay, so I don't know if how exactly the connection is between you guys per se. You know what? Go ahead and pick. Let me see. Let me count these cards one more. Go ahead and pick one more card, Renee, between 1 and 20, because I kind of want to get a little bit more insight to this first card. I'm trying to understand exactly, because it seems like they're getting... okay, yeah, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 20, because this first card is all about like feeling trapped, but I kind of want to know what they're feeling trapped about, because I don't think it's you. Hi, Shakira. Yeah, I can add you. Okay, so for the next card, we have the Eight of Wands. Okay, this kind of makes more sense. Okay, so I feel like it's a great idea for you to tell them how you feel for them. And as far as that whole like feeling trapped part, it kind of makes sense now, because with this Eight of Wands, this is all about finally seeing movement and excitement. So okay, this makes, honestly, I'm glad I had you pick another card, because this makes more sense. So it seems like right now they're like, before you tell them, they're feeling trapped right now. Like they kind of feel like there's like no hope. They have like these negative thoughts, so they feel like there's not really, like, they just kind of like, it feels like they're one of those type of people that don't even have this any type of sense that somebody even has any type of like feelings for them at this point. So you like reaching out to them and telling them how you feel is going to get them out of that mindset. It's going to let them know that that their love life is no longer like taking a pause, or like in this rut that they think it's in. Because with this Eight of Wands, this is all about like, this is like moving quickly and excitement. So this is all like about kind of, and pretty much like new like love interest too. So for them, they're going to be very surprised. They're going to pretty much, you're going to surprise them how quickly, like, you pretty much change their mindset, and how quickly, like, they were over there thinking that there was, like, nobody interested in them or no chances for them type thing. But little do they know that there really is someone that's pretty much has some feelings for them. So this is like, they're going to be very excited, and I'm seeing a lot of surprises. So I feel like this would definitely be like a good idea, but also like, don't come on too strong. And still, it's kind of like, take things slow, but it seems like this is like, they're going to be very excited to hear this from you. Because as of right now, it seems like they have this negative mindset where they kind of like, they don't really feel wanted by anybody. So I wish you the best of luck with that, and you should definitely take this up, like, take this opportunity and see where it can go. Hi, U320. Thank you for letting me know you're still here. Hi, Harmony. Yeah, I can add you to the list. I'm going to update the list right now after. I just want to make sure Renee heard what I said. Anytime, Harmony. Okay, Renee, I hope you heard what I said. If not, you can rewind it a little bit to your part. It's where we're at 2 hours and like 4 minutes right now. So I think I started yours around like 2 hours and 2 minutes. So if you're not here, you can rewind it. Okay, and then next we're gonna go to Young Buddha if you're still here. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask right away who's still here. Like Young Buddha, are you still here? Jay Yay, are you here? U320, I know you're still here. And I'm gonna go ahead and update this list really quick so I can take out who I've already helped. Okay, Young Buddha, while I'm updating this list, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And hi, Momo. Yeah, just make sure you like and subscribe, and I can add you to the list. And I'm going to update the list right now on the screen. Okay, Young Buddha, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 25. And then if anybody isn't here when I call your name, we're going to keep moving on, and then we'll just squeeze you back in if you guys tune back in. Because I have a feeling there's a good amount of people that aren't here, so if you see your name later in the list, just kind of know you're probably going to get helped a lot sooner. Okay. Thank you, Harmony. Yeah, the people that are towards the end of the list, I have a feeling the majority of the people in the beginning aren't here, so just keep that in mind. Okay, Young Buddha. I keep getting, like, you guys keep getting this card today. So it seems like the card you got was or the card you picked, sorry, is the King of Cups. And it makes sense why you're feeling like that. Because honestly, they do care, but they're the type of person that doesn't that's like pretty much sucks, like just overall sucks at like expressing how they really feel and telling you how it really is. Like it seems like they're the type of person to say one thing but they're kind of acting another way, and it's like when they do that it's hard for you to really read and understand what they're really getting at. So honestly, it seems like they're kind of trying to approach it the best way they can, but it feels like they may not be taking into consideration the way you feel about it all. Like they're hearing what you have to say, but they're not exactly doing their part to help you feel like how to say, like to help you feel like they are doing their part, because it seems like they are trying, but they're just not good at trying to the point where you can see that they're trying. And with the type of person this is, you just flat out need to talk to them. Honestly, you just need to talk to them and tell them that, like, tell them overall how you're feeling, because it seems like they'll take that and they'll understand and they can learn from that. So kind of take that. Like, I know you said you guys are repairing it, but I feel like you need to let them know, because they do still care. But it kind of seems like they're not that good at exactly reading situations. They kind of just take things for what it is. And it's kind of like you need to like kind of bug them, not necessarily bug them, but like, you know what I mean? Like they need to hear it more than once for it to like really register for them, and to kind of get that idea like what needs to change, or like a reminder of what they need to do, and not even necessarily need to do, but like what'll help the situation better. Hi Jay, you're after young Buddha. So honestly, they do still care, believe it or not, but overall you just need to talk to them and let them know that their actions, like kind of be understanding too. Don't like, be too rough on them, but saying like, I understand if you are trying to try, but it doesn't necessarily feel like you're trying type thing. And kind of like let them know, like, you guys, it seems like there needs to be some more communication between the two of you to make this better. But they definitely do care. So if you can communicate with them and let them know, they're going to be open to fixing it. So I hope that helps, young Buddha. Hi Taylor. Hi Pragya. I can add you guys to the list. There's a good amount of people that aren't still here on the list, so just kind of keep that in mind, and I'm going to keep going as the list goes. So let me add you guys first. And then Jay, you're next right now. Anytime, young Buddha. So Jay, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3 really quick while I write down this list. Okay, I'll update the list on the screen after I'm done helping Jay, so that way I can ask and see who else is here. Okay, Jay, so you said pile 3. Okay, Jay, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29 so we can get an answer for you. And then while I wait for Jay to pick a card, I know U320 is here still. So after that, Amira, if you're still here, Ashley or Cheryl or Ayushi, just kind of like make your presence known, so that way I'm not keeping everybody else in the list waiting. And so I can update the list appropriately. Okay, JJ, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 28, because with this first card, it could be a little difficult to read without like a little bit further insight. So I kind of want to get a little bit more insight behind this before I just read this to you. Okay. Okay. This kind of makes a little bit of sense. So as far as filing if it's a right decision or not, this Three of Swords, this is all about like kind of like I hate to say it, but it's like about like kind of like feeling at a loss and like kind of feeling rejected. So if if it's kind of like you're trying to rush this isn't a good time. It's not. But if you are ready, then you should definitely just make sure you prepare to do everything you can. But if you're trying to rush it just to try to like be on top of things, that wouldn't necessarily be a good time to do so. But because with this next card you have the Ace of Pentacles, and this card is all about like pretty much like planting a seed for like new beginnings. So it seems like what you're doing as far as this whole entire thing is to see that you're planning for new beginnings and to have like new growth and new potential pretty much sprout. Like you're planting your seed into this earth and you want it to sprout and thrive. But in order to do so, you also need to make sure you nurture and care for it enough first. Because if you don't, it could easily wither like before your eyes, if that makes sense. Like that's like the best way to put it. So it's not necessarily if it's a right decision, it's more like, are you ready? Like, are you really ready? Yeah, so yeah, you know what, go ahead and pick one last card between. Yeah, go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 27. Because from what I'm getting right now, it doesn't seem like this May, June. It seems like that's kind of like you're trying to rush a seed that you just planted, if that makes sense. And it's kind of like you need to be fully ready and know what's like everything behind it before you just rush into it. Otherwise, you're going to be hurt by like pretty much the loss you get from trying to attempt it and not passing it. Okay. And then the next card you have is the Two of Pentacles. And see, so yeah, this kind of gives me that feeling too that right now, like that right now wasn't exact. Yeah, so honestly, yeah, right now, this whole like June, this whole like, what you said, the day, what would, yeah, you said May, June. Yeah, so honestly, for this Two of Pentacles, this is all about balance. So that means, yeah, you definitely shouldn't worry about trying to take it in May or June. It seems like you need to balance your life first and make sure that you're prepared and ready for it. But this November one, as long as you can manage to balance your life and prepare and be ready for it, that November is definitely going to be when you should, like, expect like this seed to grow and prosper, which is obviously when you go and take this exam, and you should, as long as you prepare for it, you're definitely going to pass it the first time. But you should make sure you're prepared. Don't rush it. Because there's definitely like new opportunity and growth here, but you need to like nurture it first. You can't like, like success doesn't just happen overnight. So like I hope that makes sense. And thank you for asking your question. Just kind of like take things slow, give this opportunity to use this time in between to really just pretty much do your best, because you'll probably do a lot better now, or a lot better then, if you were to rush and do it like, in May or June. So just spend this extra time, pretty much doing the best you can, because there's definitely like a lot of like this, like I said, you're like planting your seed, like your seed's being planted. Just like nurture and like nurture and take care of it right now. That's all you really need to do, and then you're gonna see it grow. But you just gotta make sure you keep everything around you balanced too. So thank you for asking your question, And I wish you the best of luck with that exam and everything too. Hi, Savannah. Okay, now next up is going to be U320. And then I'm going to go ahead and update the list right now. So I'm going to ask one more time. Is Amira here? Anytime, J.A. Thank you, and you too. So I'm going to ask one more time. Is Amira here, Ashley, Cheryl, or Ayushi? Because I'm going to update the list. So if you guys are here, let me know. Because if not, you guys can just get added back in. And I'm going to start taking care of everybody else that is here. Okay, let me... Okay, U320. Let me shuffle these cards really quick. Okay, I know you said pile 1 U320. Let me go ahead and update this list really quick so I can let everybody know who is still here, and then whoever else, if they come back in, they're just gonna have to get squeezed back in depending on like how far along we are. So let me update this list really quick so that way people can see, because this list really isn't that long if they're not in here. Hold on, I didn't mean to post that comment yet. I'm still editing the list. But hold on, you know what? Let me go ahead and ask right away. Gemini, are you still here? Jano or Kevin Trib Huan, if you're still here, let me know. I'm going to update this list really quick. And hi, Ivani, I'll go ahead and add you to the list. I'm going to put up this list really quick, U320, before we get going with your question, just so everybody could see where they stand. Okay, yeah, U320, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 25. I was just updating the list really quick. And hi, Barbara. We'll go ahead and put you back in after you 320. Hi, Shrishti, if I'm saying it correctly. Okay, you 320. So for your card, it seems like I have the Six of Swords. So when it comes to how they're feeling, let me make sure I read it correctly. About your progress, it seems like right now they're like, it seems like they're kind of opening up a little bit more. So they're like appreciating your progress right now. They're letting go of the past experiences, like your past trials, and they're being appreciative of like these new transitions you're making. So keep doing what you're doing, because it seems like from how they were feeling before, they're kind of like seeing that you're not necessarily taking it a little bit more seriously, but they feel like you're kind of getting a deeper understanding and you're kind of preparing yourself a lot more, and they're definitely seeing that. So kind of just keep doing what you're doing, but they're definitely like they're they can definitely see the progress you're making. Like overall, they see the progress you're making, and they're definitely like liking what they're seeing. So just keep doing what you're doing, okay? And thank you for your question, U320. And Barbara, are you still here so we could squeeze you back in? If not, I'm gonna see who else is in here, who's ready. So let me see who else is in here. So Barbara, Jay, no, are you here? Awareness lady. Okay, while we wait for Barbara, we're gonna go ahead and get you in, Jay, no. So I'm gonna shuffle these cards, Jay, no, and then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay, Barbara, we're gonna get you back in right now after Jay, no. Hi, Dua. I would love to answer your question, but I don't understand you. Okay, pile 1. Okay, Jay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. And 19, okay. Okay, so with the card you picked, this is the Knight of Pentacles, Jay. So with how they're feeling today, it seems like they're feeling like they have this like steady type of energy where they're kind of being patient, and they're definitely like absorbed, like they're kind of absorbed in like what they got going on today. So like you're on their mind, but they're kind of absorbed in everything going around them right now. And and I'm also getting they're the type of person that doesn't really like to take risks in as far as when it comes to relationships and stuff. Like they like to know, they kind of have an idea of what they want. They're kind of usually set on that. And also like know that it's really difficult. Like they're like a stubborn person. It's like you can't. It's not like you can't change their mind, but it's really hard to get them to change their mind. So if there's like something going on there between you guys. Kind of keep that in mind. Like it's possible to change their mind, but the type of person they are could be a little bit harder. Like you might have to work a little bit harder to change their mind if that's something you're trying to do. But there's definitely some potential there, but it's kind of something that would take a little bit of time to get to. Like if it does get to it though, just know that this is kind of like, if this is something you want, it's definitely going to be like, you're going to have to put some hard work into it. Like they would want hard work to come from you if this is something, if it's not a relationship already. But they also would expect you to be just as patient and kind of like take things steady with them too, if that makes sense. But I'm kind of getting this feeling that they're kind of curious in you and seeing what the long term can hold for the two of you. It's that they're definitely thinking about it, if that makes sense. So like you're pretty much you're on their mind, and so it's like they're kind of seeing a future with you guys. Okay, Jay, I'm glad it does. Thank you for your question. Okay, hi Ashley, hi Kevin. Yeah, I'll squeeze you guys back in. I'm gonna go ahead and help Barbara, and then I'm gonna add these other people to the list. Hi Sajal, I can add you to the list. So Barbara, if you're ready, I'm ready for you. Then after that, we can go back to, let me see the order I had. Okay, so next, anytime, Jay, thank you. So no, Kevin, you weren't removed, but when I was calling for you, you weren't here, and I didn't want people waiting, so I was pretty much just moving on with the list. But I can put you guys back in. Okay, Barbara, so go ahead and ask your question, Barbara, and I'm going to shuffle these cards, and you're going to pick a pile between 1 and 3. So I'm going to update the list right now that I know you guys are back in here. But you, Barbara, sorry, Kevin and Ashley, you guys are going to be up next. So next will be Ashley after Barbara, and then Kevin. And then I'm going to update the list after that. Okay, Barbara. Now go ahead and ask your question. Yeah, KK, I can add you in, and then after you, I'm going to close the list because there's a good amount of people on the list, and I just want to make sure I get to them if they all pop back in. So I'm not doing like this back and forth and making too many people wait. Okay, so Barbara, while you ask your question, okay, let me answer Barbara's question. After I answer Barbara's question, I'm going to update the list. And Ivani, are you barely joining the chat? I don't think I've seen you here yet. Okay, Barbara, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26 now. I'm going to update the list while you pick a card. Okay. Okay, Barbara, I'm going to go ahead and find out what's going on now for you. And the current list is on the screen right now. And just keep in mind, a lot of these people aren't here, so if they're not here, you'll be taken care of a lot sooner. Okay, Group Pre, just make sure you like and subscribe, and I will get to you. You'll be the last person I take today. Alright, Barbara. So for the cards you have right here, it seems like the card you picked is the Eight of Pentacles. And it seems like overall, yes, I'm first like for the second part that you asked, if she's with your mom and dad, I'm getting a yes. And as far as if there's anything that they want to tell you, like the main thing I'm getting is pretty much like, if you're dedicated to anything right now, whether that's like a certain task, a goal, or anything like that, they're telling you to keep doing what you're doing because you're going to succeed as long as you keep doing what you're doing. Like, they're trying to tell you that know that all the hard work that you're putting in, and if you're not putting enough hard work into it, it's just know you need to just keep doing what you're doing, and it's definitely going to pay off soon. And they're telling you just need to stay committed and dedicated, and as long as you can do that, your hard work is going to bring you so much like new growth and potential. So like lastly, they're just telling you you just need to stay focused. And they're very appreciative too of you, believe it or not. And like just know that even if it means repeating any tasks or anything, that like if you're repeating any tasks to master anything, just look at it as mastering your craft. You know, the more you do something, the better you get. So they just really like, they just keep like overall the main message they want to let you know is that your focus and dedication is going to get you somewhere, and your hard work is going to pay off, but you just need to make sure you're paying attention to like the small finer details, anything behind anything you're working on. And they're telling you like this is a great time right now, if you're not already like working very hard on something to make something prosper and to succeed in your life. Not to say that you haven't already, but and also like lastly, just so you know, events are definitely unfolding like in your path right now. It may not seem like it, but they're definitely unfolding for the better for you. And also the last thing I'm getting is, if you're not engaged in any type of thing to better, not even necessarily better your future, like you're like pretty much like if you have goals and you're not pursuing them right now, you're like they're asking you like to ask yourself, what could you do and what could you learn from to better yourself in your circumstances? Like, what could you do to start reaching for those goals? Like, pretty much they want you to just overall reach for the stars and reach for your goals and put all the hard work in to achieve what your fully potential is capable of. So thank you for that question, and I hope that makes sense, Barbara. Yeah, U320. Most likely you can ask another question. I just want to get through the list first and go from there. So next up, Ashley, if you're here, or Kevin, one of you guys, so I could squeeze you guys back in. Okay, Barbara, if you stick around, I can try to get a little bit deeper, but I want to move on a little bit with these other people that have been waiting, and then we can go back to that. But we'll go from there. We'll see who else is in here first, because I want to give everybody a chance to ask before I start asking, or before I start answering multiple questions. So go ahead, Ashley, and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find out what's going on. Okay, Ashley, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 22. Okay, 19. Alright, interesting. Okay, so for your card you have 5, the 9 of Wands. Interesting. Okay, so every time I see this card, like the first thing that even comes to my mind is kind of um, like they're the type of person that's pretty much like they're just honestly like overall like exhausted. That's what it seems like. Like they're exhausted and they're not aware that they're like resilient. And they tend to pretty much like it's like they don't really understand who they are under like beneath it all, so they kind of act out when they shouldn't be. And it seems like they've been faced by oh no, Kevin, you're next after Ashley. But like I was saying, it seems like they've been faced with a lot of problems that kind of like have them question their like sanity a lot. Like that's just like kind of seems like that's like the type of person they are. So when it comes to why like they like you said when she argues in the morning, it's not your fault. It's really not. It just seems like they've gone through so much like in their past and it kind of like knocks them off their balance. Okay, sorry about that, Kevin. Thank you. But it pretty much seems like they've gone through so much in their past, and this is kind of like instead of seeing everything they've gone through as learning experiences and learning from it, they just kind of like they have all this hurt. And when when you've been hurt so much, you don't really know how to stop hurting others. Like it's kind of like it seems like they've been hurt so much in their past that that's all they know. And that's why when they do this whole like talking to you the way they are, arguing with you and doing all that, it just seems like they don't understand their true potential and what their real worth is. They're kind of living in the past instead of like moving on from everything that they've encountered. And they have the capability to overcome it all, but it's like they need to realize everything that's in front of them. And they need to like it's like their mindset isn't aligned with who they really are, if that makes sense. And that's why they're acting out and acting the way they are. And this person like they've definitely like been betrayed and hurt like in their past, and that's exactly why they're like just like they're like not only are they mistrustful of others, but they just pretty much they just see every opportunity like as hopeless. Like it's like I said, they don't understand that their experiences are more learning experiences than they are like like they don't see the brighter side of good things, if that makes sense. But just know that like they have like I said they can change, but they have to open up themselves and kind of look deeper in. And with people like that, it's hard to get them to see it because it takes like that one specific person to really get it across to them. So like just know it's not really your fault. Yeah, see, like that's what I'm saying. Their past is what's making them act out like this. Because especially if you're saying that, that makes even more sense. See, like after, especially someone like that, because I've dealt with that too. Like not myself, but like with my own parent. Like my mom dealt with the same thing, and she was like that too. Like she just flat out treated all of us like shit because of what she went through. And it kind of takes like that one person to come into her life and pretty much just show her her real worth, because at the end of the day, we're just gonna be looked at as kids. We're never gonna, like, it doesn't even matter what our age is. Like, you know how that goes. And you know how parents are, they don't like to listen to their kids half the time. So it really takes, it's gonna take some self-reflection for her to pretty much realize who she really is beneath it all, and kind of get back to who she is, not who she was, because who she is still there, but she doesn't see it. So just know it's not your fault. It's not. People like that, because of the stuff they've gone through previously, they just don't know how to act when it comes to like their own situations. Because I really like, that really messes somebody up. It really does. Because honestly, like, that's how my mom was too. My mom was like that too. She got pretty much beat a lot, and then she used to beat all of us because that was like all she knew. Like, it doesn't make it okay, but it's like, there's people, and all they know is one thing. They tend to act pretty much based off of all they know. And it takes a while for them to understand, but like, just kind of know, like, eventually they'll come around. But yeah, just know that it's not your fault. It's not. This person's just gone through a lot of stuff, a lot of pain. They have a lot of history. Hi, Sabine. But yeah, thank you for your question. Just like I said, it's gonna take a lot for them, especially people like that. They're the type of people that kind of they like need some type of reassurance, but they need it from like a specific person. Yeah, awareness lady, you're gonna be next because Kevin had to go. So let me update this list really quick. And hi, Sabine. If everybody is like, I'm gonna find out right now who is in the chat so I can update this list. So if your name is on the top right now on the list, let me know if you're still here so I can update the list so that everybody can know where they really stand. Yeah, thank you, Ashley. I wish you the best of luck. I know how those situations are. They're pretty rough. So anybody that's on the list, I'm going to give you guys like about a minute. Let me know if you're still here because I'm going to update the list. And if you don't chat, then I'm just going to keep going. So awareness lady, you're up right now. But I'm going to move on. So like everybody else, like Kaioken, Shakira, Harmony, Momo, Pragya, Taylor, Samekalef, Savannah, Vanny, Sejul, KK, and Gurpreet. Let me know who's still here. I'm gonna update the list so that way I can, I don't want to have you guys waiting any longer. So I'll give you guys a minute. I'm just gonna wait to see who's here so I can update the list. Okay, awareness. While I'm updating this list, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then let me update this list. So I'm going to ask one more time, anybody that's on the list on the screen, and Sabine, if you're still here. Let me see. Cheryl. Didn't Cheryl say you were here? Cheryl, are you here too? So whoever's here right now that's viewing this, pretty much just chat. Let me know who's here, because I see 6. So whoever's here, so I can update this list. Because I don't want to make it look like all these people are ahead of you if they're really not. Okay, awareness. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29. I'm going to give everybody else here a chance. Because I for sure see. Like I see Vanny still here. So Vanny, for sure you'll be next to Vanny until we can figure out if anybody else is here. So just so you know. So I'm going to update this list really quick. Hi, Unique. Okay, Unique. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take you at the end. You'll be last. And hi, Harmony. Yeah, since you just popped back in, I can squeeze you back in. I'll squeeze you back in before Vanny because you were here. I think you were here a while back. And I'm going to be closing the list after everybody else. So, Awareness Lady, if you're ready, I'm just waiting for you to pick a card. So, Awareness Lady, pick a card between 1 and 30 so we can get an answer for you. I'm going to update this list one more time. And if anybody is here that is on the list, just let me know who's here so I can update the list appropriately. So that way people aren't like thinking like there's a long line. Okay, Awareness Lady, you want pile 1, card 1? Because you pick a pile and then you pretty much pick a card. You missed yours too, Gurpreet? Okay. Okay, so I'll add, so Gurpreet and Harmony, I'll add you guys back in. Okay, so awareness lady, did you want card 1 too? Or did you want, because you picked pile 1, did you want card 1 between 1 and 30? I'm going to update the list while I wait for you, awareness. Okay, I updated the list now so you guys get an idea. So I put you back in, Gurpreet. You're going to be after Avani because Avani has been waiting too. Okay, awareness, now let's go back to you. So you want, okay, we could do card 2. We'll do card 2 and 3. And yeah, sorry, Senna, I don't understand Hindi. I wish I could translate. Awareness lady, did you? Okay, what can you expect this month in this connection? Okay. Yeah, it's usually a 1 card reading unless I need a little bit more guidance. But I mean, you already picked card 2 and 3, so it's not like, I mean, I could do that for you. It's really not that big of a deal. Plus, I mean, the list is pretty dwindled down, so I can pretty much do this for you real quick. It's not gonna take that long. But usually it's a 1 card reading. Unless I get a card that's kind of harder to read, I'll ask you to pick another one because sometimes some cards are kind of beat around the bush, and the second one kind of lets you know what aspect is being affected. Okay, but as far as the cards you picked, you have some interesting cards here. So for the first one, I have the 7 of Pentacles, and then the second one I have the 2 of Pentacles, which is very interesting. Okay, so for the 7 of Pentacles, that one's all about pretty much planting a seed, and so as far if you're asking for in this connection, it seems like the seed has been planted within this connection, and it may take a little bit of time to nurture it to see any growth or any next steps type things. But this is kind of being patient because there's going to be bigger results later that are going to happen, but you have to be patient, kind of wait for it. It's kind of success doesn't happen overnight type of energy. And then as far as the 2 of Pentacles, okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so also with the 7 of Pentacles, that card is also kind of it's overall there's an understanding of the value of when you put time in and energy into something to reap longer term rewards. So it's with this connection, there's an understanding to have focus pretty much to have focus and goals to make this achieve and make it happen. But you just kind of have to just expect some patience, hard work, perseverance type of energy. But there's going to be long-term success in the long haul. And there also should be some planning. I'm getting there honestly needs to be some planning to make things work in general, because with this 2 of Pentacles, this is all about balance. So that makes sense as far as the hard work and perseverance, because with balance within this connection, you may find either on your side or their side there may be a balance issue as far as this could have to do with daily tasks or even work or even seeing one another. It kind of just depends on how you apply it to yourself. But it's there's this balancing act, and that's kind of why you kind of like, there's like has to be perseverance and patience as far as to making this connection like fully prosper, if that makes sense. Because when you're balancing something, usually when you're trying to balance things, you're doing the best you can, but there's always that one area that's kind of like lacking a little bit. So it's like this connection is definitely on the road to long-term success, but it's also going through like a balancing act that's kind of like making this a little bit, it may be making it a little bit longer than one of you were hoping for, or may just kind of like, it's kind of like just letting it run its course. But there's definitely long-term success. So it's kind of like be patient type of energy and persevere through it all. And also be kind of like courteous if there's like a lot of balance going on between time, work, or even just like seeing one another. Kind of like be respectful about that, because it'll be appreciated if it's on your side or their side. But the overall, there's long-term success here. So just kind of keep that in mind too. And just remember, like success doesn't just happen overnight either. Things that take its time and run its course tend to work out for the better. So I hope that makes sense. And thank you for asking your question. Yeah, anytime, awareness. Thank you. Okay. And now next up is going to be Harmony. Okay. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick. Harmony, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Harmony, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 33 so we can find that out for you. Nice, nice, nice. I love this card. Okay, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 32 now, because this card isn't really like a card used to tell time. But this is like a great card, because like you got the Wheel of Fortune, which is great. But I need like this is pretty much saying yes, you're gonna be getting it, but I need like another card to tell me when, if that makes sense. Okay, one more time, pick one more between 1 and 31, because honestly now you just got the Emperor, and this is all about like being determined and strong enough to achieve everything you want, but like it's like still not telling me a time. This is some great energy though, honestly. Like besides like not getting a time, this is some great energy. I'm sorry, Sana, I don't understand Hindi. I wish I could help you. Okay. So let me look at all these cards. Okay. So first, let's start with the first card you have. So with the first card you have the Wheel of Fortune. This is such a great card. This one is always all about like just like kind of keeping in mind that, you know, the world's always churning, your wheel's always churning, and like just overall being optimistic and having faith that like, because I don't know if like I'm getting from this other card that there may have been some, not necessarily missed opportunities, but there may have been some type of previous approaches to like any type of jobs or something that may not have worked out in your favor. And you know, it's not like you're dwelling on it, but it's like it's kind of like, you know, you're kind of thinking about it too, like thinking about what would have happened if you would have gotten that. And this is kind of telling you to let go of all that and have trust in the universe, because it's going to take care of you and put you where you need to be. It's going to take care of your situation pretty much in the best way possible. Because with this Emperor card right here, it's like, I mean, when it's like when you see Emperor, like, or when you hear Emperor, what do you think of? Like, you know, somebody secure, stable in life, like somebody's on top of things, like you have everything under control, you know, you're a hard worker, you know, authoritative overall, like, you know. And it's kind of like this is telling you like you're in charge of your life, like know that, and you're setting up your own rules and your boundaries that are going to just pretty much set you up for success in the long term. And then with this last card, this Five of Cups, when the cups, it usually means month. So with a number though, this could mean with the month coming to an end, it might not happen this month, but it's, I'm getting more it's gonna happen like within like this month, next month. So because the month is coming to an end already. So it's like what this Wheel of Fortune is telling you though, like you also need to remain optimistic. It's kind of saying like as long as you're understanding that the world, like you understand the universe is going to take care of you the best way possible, it's going to happen. So don't have like a negative mindset or think it's not going to happen or anything like that. Like you got to give out what you want to receive type energy. So give it some time, make sure your mindset's aligning with your goals, but I definitely see it happening. It should be happening within like the next month, if that makes sense. This is some great energy. You're going to be definitely like prospering off this. Just make sure your mindset aligns with your goals. Anytime, Harmony. Thank you for asking. Hi, Judith. My list is actually closed right now because I have a long list and I'm adding back any people that come back. So yeah, Sejal, I can add you back in as well. So just make sure you guys are subscribed because I do free readings for all subscribers every Friday. That's pretty much why I ask. So let me update this list, and then Avani, if you're still here, you're up you're up right now. Okay, so one more time, Avani or Gurpreet, if you're here, or unique code, let me know who's still here so I can take whoever's still here before I do end this stream, because I'm going to end this stream soon. I'm just kind of trying to get back in anybody that was here. And then Sajal, I'll help you as soon as I find out if anybody previous was here, and then we'll squeeze you back in. So I'm going to give him a few more seconds to see who's here. Alright, Gurpreet, we're going to go ahead and move on to you then. If Avani comes back in, they'll just come after you. Okay, so Gurpreet, go ahead and ask your question and pick a card between 1 and 3. And I'm going to update this list really quickly. Okay, thank you for letting me know you're here, Vanny. You'll be up next. Okay, Gurpreet, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28 so we can get an idea for you. And then I'll go ahead and I'm going to roll some astrology dice too to kind of get some like characteristics behind this person. Okay, so Gurpreet, let's start with the card. So with the card, okay, nice. This is such a great type of person, honestly, that anybody would want to come towards them. So you have the King of Pentacles, and this is somebody that's like like they're very like ambitious and they're a faithful type provider, but also on top of that, they're kind of materialistic, but not in a bad way. It's more like they just care about material wealth and like financial abundance. Like they want to be successful. Like there's somebody that cares about success and not for like you, but they care about their own success. So already off the bat, like knowing that there's somebody that like they're successful. Like they care about that. They're not like, not like necessarily like a deadbeat, but they care about leaving their mark in the world. Pretty much like that's the type of energy I'm getting. They're also like very patient, loyal, like overall just a genuine, secure, hard worker that's very grounded. And then when I get let's get into these astrology dice now to kind of get a little bit more characteristics. So with the astrology dice we have 3 dice. One of them has a zodiac sign, the other one's a planet, and the other one's one of the 12 houses. So for the zodiac sign, this can mean this can mean a couple things. Either you're a Leo either you're a Leo, they're Leo, or they have Leo characteristics. And with these characteristics, that's like very like playful energy, they're going to be very protective, they're confident. They may like to be like the center of attention sometimes, but not in a bad way. They're just like overall like very like outgoing, and they could be a little dominating sometimes, but I mean that's what comes with people that are like very successful, like they kind of they take that on a lot they play that role. And they're also like very they may be somebody that's kind of in charge too, because like usually Leos like they have like leadership type skills. And they're also going to be very warm, just overall outgoing, entertaining, like fun. And they may be somebody that's kind of popular too. And then let's get into the planet. So with the planet we have Uranus, and that's kind of like they may be unpredictable at times, not in a bad way, but I mean it's kind of like they always care about progression, and they're the type of person that thinks on their feet. So they could be unpredictable at times because of that, if that makes sense. Like, you know, doing one thing, but then they're like realizing, oh, like, dang, this isn't working out the way I want it to go, or something like that. So they're quick to change courses to get what they really want to do and to achieve what they really want to do. Like, they're really good at change. Technology too. So they may even be somebody that's like kind of like, not like a tech person, it could be a tech person, but overall somebody that's like into business, if that makes sense. And then with the final dice, we have the 5th house. And this 5th house is all about like just like, okay, you know, someone leader type, that makes sense. Know that this person too, like they're looking for like close and personal type partnerships. Like, they're romantic. And yeah, definitely, like, I'm getting like definitely like a business type of person. Not like they don't have to work in business, but they care about business, if that makes sense. But like I said, they're like, with this leadership, that's how it usually goes. And also know that this is a type of person that is also like looking for long term, like think marriage and stuff. So kind of keep that in mind too. But like lastly, they're honestly, they're overall all about equality too, like, believe it or not. So just kind of know that, and if you're saying you know somebody like that, like, the last thing I really am getting is that this can come from like a close personal like relationship. So just kind of keep that in mind, and honestly, like, you know, just take care of that connection if you really want that to go somewhere. But know that, like, lastly, just know they're really thinking about the long term. Yeah, I'm glad you like that though. Thank you for your question. I wish you the best of luck with them. They seem like a catch. Hi Savannah, hi Stella. It's okay, I can add you guys, I can re-add you guys back, because I do remember you guys, because I had wrote it down myself too on a separate piece of paper. Anytime, Gurpreet, thank you. Okay, so next up is going to be Avani, if I'm saying your name correctly. And then unique code or Sajal, let me know if you're still here or not. And if not, then we'll get on to Stella and Savannah. Okay, Avani. So, okay, Avani, I'm going to shuffle the cards really quick. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Savannah. Okay, Sajal, you're going to be up next, so just keep that in mind, because I don't think unique code is here anymore. Okay, Avani, be more than happy to find that out for you. I'll roll some astrology dice too, to kind of get a little insight to who they might be. Alright, let me update the list really quick. Savannah. Okay, Avani, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25. And then I'll answer your question. I'm gonna update the list really quick. But yeah, my neighbors have like a little farm, and they tend to go off at like this early in the morning. It's like 9:30 where I'm at. Okay, now let's get into this. Okay, Vanny. So now that I have the list up, just so you guys know, it's on the screen so you guys can see where you're at. And then let's get into your reading. Okay, Vanny, so far with the cards you picked, you have the Nine of Pentacles. This is such a great card. Like, off the bat, the person that you're gonna marry is somebody that's like very like materially secure, like somebody, like, I don't want to say rich, but somebody that's very successful, independent, you know, stable, like that type of energy. Like, they're very financially dependent, pretty much, is like the best way to put it. And then when this is kind of saying, like, with this Eight of Pentacles, it's kind of saying it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen in a matter of years, and it'll most likely happen like during the winter. As far as how many years, it's kind of more like usually when you get this card like this, it's kind of like once you can acknowledge all of your own achievements and everything like that you've gone through in your own life and realize that. Okay, yeah, we'll get into, like, I'm gonna roll some astrology dice to get an idea of their characteristics right now. But it's kind of like I'm just trying to figure out like this whole when part. This when part, like, it seems like I said, it's gonna happen in a matter of years. I'm not getting a definitive amount of years. I'm just kind of getting like it's gonna happen during the winter, and it's gonna be a matter of years. But as far as more into like the when side, it's kind of like you're like I'm getting that you're very independent as it is, and you're gonna feel this connection when it comes to you. Like, overall, when it is time, you're gonna feel it. So let me roll some astrology dice and kind of get an idea of their characteristics. So I'll let you know, like, you know, the loyalty and who they are, like, just overall genuine like traits. Okay. So this could mean, so with these cards, it can mean a couple. I mean, with these dice, it can mean a couple of things. So for as far as the first dice, so we have 3 dice here. One of them's a planet, one of them's the zodiac sign, and the other one's the house, because each house is like represents a different aspect of life. So let's start with the characteristics first. So with the first one, we have a Taurus. We have Taurus type energy. So that can mean a couple of things, or like a few things. It could either, you could be a Taurus. If you're not, they could be, you may end up meeting a Taurus, or overall, they're going to have Taurus like traits. And usually Taurus is like, when it comes to them, like, overall, they're pretty much like, they're very like trustworthy, persistent. They can be kind of like possessive, not in a bad way, but they're also like very reliable. And so, like, when it comes to like loyalty, you can definitely trust them. Like, you can rely on them. Like, you don't have to worry about stuff like that. They're very steady type people, and like I said, you could trust them. So I keep getting that. I don't know why that keeps coming to me. And know that they're the type of person that might take it slow, which makes sense for as far as the years. So like that makes sense why I got years, because they're the type of person that's like slow and steady wins the race type thing. Like, they're gonna make sure that you guys really get to know each other first, and you guys, you know, accept and take each other for all before you guys make anything happen. So that makes a lot more sense why I got years. But besides that, I mean, again, they're the type of indulgent person. So I wouldn't be surprised if they like to like spoil you and like just show you how much you really mean to them on like not even just like certain occasions, but like just at random. And then let's get into the planet. So with the planet, we have Uranus, and that's like the type of person that's like overall, this may start as a friendship and then turn into something else type of energy. Just kind of know that. And this also very like unpredictable. Like, they could be very unpredictable at times, but not in a bad way. It's kind of like they like to take things, like they're good at handling situations that change in front of them. Yeah, we could do approximately time after. And then with the 8th house, the 8th house is all about like you can expect this person to be like very transformative when it comes to like it's kind of like they're going to help you get to know yourself more than you think you know yourself. And they're also going to be like extremely intimate. And like I said again, it seems like they're going to have some type of money, whether it's from like an inheritance or like it seems like there's just going to be some type of money behind them. Hi, Amira. Yeah, you had missed your turn, but since you were added like a long time ago, I can add you to the end after Stella. Okay, and then Avani, as far as the approximately time, all I'm getting right now is years and in the winter, but let me see. I'm gonna have you pick one last card and we can kind of narrow it a little bit more. But it seems like I told you, if this is a person that's gonna take it slow and steady, that's kind of why it's being unpredictable with the time. Because I got the time before I rolled the dice, and they kind of like align with each other, if that makes sense. So we could pull one more card to kind of get an idea and see if we can get a little bit narrowed down with the time. But like, don't be surprised if we don't, because this is like a slow and steady person, and if they're unpredictable, it seems like it's going to be like a spontaneous type of thing. Okay, now Vanny, pick one last card between 1 and 24, right? Because you picked pile, yeah, you picked pile 2. Okay, yeah, pick one card between 1 and 24 so that we can pretty much try to narrow the time a little bit more. Yeah, Barbara, if you wanted to ask your last question, when I get to the end of this list right here, I'm going to add a Myra to the list. So there's probably about 4 people. And then U320, if they're still here, you and U320 can ask one more question before I close the stream. But I'm just like giving everybody a chance that was here, because all these people that are coming back were here in line like from the start, but like, you know, for whatever reason they may have stepped out or something. So like I move on, but I did write it down on a separate piece of paper so I know who was here. Okay. Okay. Okay, Vanny. So back to this last part. So this other card you have is like kind of like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the 7 of Swords. The swords. See, so like it's kind of like it's still giving me the same type of thing. This is like the most narrowed down I can narrow this down is it's going to be between like, let's see, like I'm getting like a few years at the least, at the most like 7 to 8. But it's kind of like I said, like this is unpredictable. Like they're very unpredictable, so it could happen. It could happen any time. But on top of that, the last thing I'm getting is it's gonna happen between the spring and the winter. Because like I told you though, like this type of person is very unpredictable. So it's kind of like they're gonna do it when they feel it's right, but also when you least expect it. This is like very unpredictable energy. So I don't want to set like a set time, because it seems like with the way they are, they're not even sure when they would do it. It's like they're gonna do it when the moment feels right. But I'm also getting that you're gonna know, like you'll kind of have an idea when the moment's starting to feel right, and you'll kind of like have an idea when it's gonna happen, if that makes sense. So like try not to think about the when too much. Just try to focus on honestly just it happening in general and taking it from there, because they're a slow and steady type of person. So like, you know, try not to push them, because people like that like to take their time, you know, they don't like to be rushed. But I wish you the best of luck with them. This seems like a great type of connection. And honestly, slow and steady, like I told you, slow and steady always ends up winning the race, you know that. And the results are always a lot better. Thank you for your question too, Avani, and I wish you the best of luck with that. Okay, Sajal, if you're still here, go ahead and let me know while I shuffle these cards up. Anytime of any. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Okay, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Sajal, so we can find that out for you. Hi Alexis, I'm still working on a list I have that's pretty kind of long, and I'm kind of closing it after that. But if you subscribe and like, you can come back on Friday. I do free readings every Friday. And that's for all subscribers, new or returning. Okay, so John, now pick a card between 1 and 24 so we can get that answer for you. And let me update this list one more time to put Amira back in. Okay, first let me do this with you, Sajal. Okay, Sajal, so this is, you got the Wheel of Fortune. This is such a great card. Like, this card doesn't pop up a lot. It's like, I feel like, I don't know why, this is like one of the hardest cards to get. But I love this card so much. And it's always, like, it's always a yes. So, like, right off the bat, yes, they're definitely your twin flame. And honestly, just know that they're going to bring such a great change to your situation, or even just like your life in general. Just know that. Because honestly, this card is always like destiny related type energy, if that makes sense. So as far as this whole twin flame, that's why like I said, this is like a definite yes, Sigil. So you should definitely take this connection and, like, you know, cherish it and nurture it for sure. And also look at this as a sign for, like, you know, good luck, because you're gonna get some major changes if you can manage to, like I said, nurture and cherish this connection. Yeah, anytime. Thank you. I wish you the best of luck. This is some great energy behind this. Okay, and then next up is Savannah Ross, if you're here. And then I'm going to update the list really quickly. Anytime, Sajal. Thank you. Okay, Savannah, I'm going to shuffle these cards so we can get a fresh start. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then I'll go ahead and roll some astrology dice so we can get an idea of who they're going to be, or like their characteristics anyways. Okay, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27, Savannah. And then let me update this list real quick, because I'm going to have to add a couple people. Okay, let's do card 24. Okay. Interesting. This is an interesting card. Let me roll these astrology dice. Alright, interesting. So let's start with this card first. So with this card we have the 6, 9, okay. We have the 9 of Wands. And this is kind of like, this person is most likely going to come to you after, I don't know if you've gone through any like tough times, and not even like tough times, but like rocky type relationships or anything like that. But, or not even that, but like even if you've been having problems, like not even when it comes to like, not even just your love life, but like your life in general, that's when this person is going to show up. Like that's right off the bat. That's what I'm getting. Like, no, there's hope. Like they're definitely going to come. And it seems like that's when they're going to come after. Like if you're going through any type of tough times or battles, or like you're persevering, if you find yourself persevering more than you tend to type thing. But just know that this person is definitely coming like very soon. And then as far as like the characteristics with the astrology dice, I like using astrology dice for characteristics more because honestly they just give so much more insight. But let's start with let's go ahead and start with the zodiac sign. So like I've said, okay, that makes sense. And if you're having that right now, they're gonna be coming like pretty much either during this time or like after it. So kind of keep that in mind. So with this, with these astrology dice, I don't know if you've heard me already before, but with the astrology dice, there's 3 of them. One's a zodiac sign, which could be you, like you or their literal sign, or it could be like their type of characteristics and traits. And then we have the other signs, a planet, like what planet they like pretty much align with. And then we have the house, because there's 12 houses, like there's 12 houses of the zodiac signs, and they all have like, okay, nice, you're a Scorpio, yeah, so am I. So with these, with the houses, there's 12 houses, and they all like represent different aspects of life, like yourself and like just society in general. So, for this first one, it seems like so now that I know you're a Scorpio, they're either going to be a Pisces or they're going to have Pisces-like traits. And when it comes to that, that means they're going to be somebody that's like very like intuitive, kind of like spiritual as well, compassionate, like a little bit of sensitive, but not in a bad way. They're going to be very romantic. They may even be kind of like when I say intuitive, kind of like relying on that, and not necessarily psychic, but they're able to like tap in, and they kind of have like those gut feelings that they trust a lot, if that makes sense. And they're also kind of like, they're going to be very like overall like appearance wise, you may find them dreamy and like overall just like mystical type of energy. That's interesting you're saying that then, if you're saying all that. Yeah, because like I said, it could either literally be a Pisces or it could be like I said, they can have Pisces characteristics, if that makes sense. And then let's go ahead and get into like the house. So the house is the 4th house, and this can mean a few things. It can mean like you know them, like you have some history, not necessarily history, but like there's some roots there, like you've known them for a while, or you guys have like, even if you guys aren't talking, you guys may have talked or have been talking. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, if you're saying you dealt with them not too long ago, that's why I'm getting this roots. So then there's obviously some like type of previous type thing, not previous type thing, but like a little bit of history. Like there's, it's not like it's like kind of foundational, if that makes sense. And it seems like if this person, if you were to take it to like, the long term, thinking long term, and obviously depending on your age too, they're the type of person that's also, besides being emotional, they would definitely want like children in their future. And then the last dice I have is the planet. And for that one, this planet, let me see. I don't really get this one that often. I believe this one is, let me see if I remember correctly. I believe this one's Mercury. Yeah, this one's Mercury because I recognize it, but I don't get this one that often. So with this Mercury one, it seems like or no, actually, yeah, this one is Mercury. So with this one, it seems like they may or may not be like, it seems like communication will definitely be a topic, but it may not be the best. It either is the best or it needs to be worked on. Like that's what I'm getting. And they're also pretty like intelligent, especially when it comes to like their thought process and using their intuition. And they're like reasonable. That's why they can rely on their intuition, if that makes sense. Because they care about like, sensory type information and like learning. And overall, like if they're not already like kind of fit, I'm getting that they're like kind of like working on themselves to be. Because this planet usually governs like kind of like the upper body type area and stuff, which makes sense because if they're dreamy, usually people have like the idea of dreamy would be like, kind of like fit, if that makes sense. But just kind of keep that in mind. If they're not like that now, this kind of seems like they're like kind of on a path to be like that. That's crazy, you know who it is. Yeah, I'm glad it's, hitting somewhere with you. That's what I'm saying. I like this astrology dice a lot. They tend to give a lot more like characteristics and traits than the cards do. That's why I like to use them when people try to ask. Yeah, anytime. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you again for coming back. Okay, Stella Marie, if you're here. Yeah, thank you, Savannah. I'm glad I was. Okay, Stella Marie or Amira, whichever one of you guys chats first, I'll take you guys. So whichever one of you guys, let me know who's here. And then you 320 and Barbara, if you guys are still here, I'll take your guys' final questions that you guys had. I'll take one more from each of you after them if they're here or not, and then I'm going to end this stream. So pretty much if any of you guys or whoever is still here, go ahead and let me know, and then we'll just go ahead and take you right away because I don't want to leave you guys waiting any longer. Okay, Barbara, I'm glad to see you're still here. I can go ahead and take your final question that you have to ask. So I already shuffled the cards, Barbara. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then ask your question again. Because it's too far for me to scroll up there. And I don't want to like misread it if I scroll up and then. So it'd just be safer if you ask it again. Whenever you're ready, Barbara, go ahead. Yeah, Stella, you can go ahead. I'm still waiting for Barbara, but we'll go back. So Stella, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question. Okay, I'll go ahead and roll some astrology dice too to kind of get an idea. That'll kind of help a little bit. Okay, Stella, now pick a card between 1 and 25. Okay. 17. Okay, sorry about that, Barbara. Well, if you can hear me, Barbara, go ahead and just pick a pile between 1 and 3 and ask your question, and I'll help you after Stella. Okay, let me meditate on yours a little, Stella, just real quick, because it's a little hard to get professions like that. So just give me like a minute. Let me just kind of like stare at it and feel what's like guiding me, if that makes sense, and given to me. Hey, U320. Yeah, I'll take one last question from you after I help Stella and Barbara. So let me finish up with Stella right now. Okay, Stella, so as far as what they're gonna be doing profession-wise, it seems like the main thing that's coming to me is they're gonna be like a okay, Barbara, that sounds good. But okay, Stella, so it seems like it seems like they might be a businessman or somebody that works in business, like a very professional type career. Like off the bat, like that's really the main thing that's coming to me because of the type of person that can handle situations like at work with like such grace. Like they know what they're doing, and usually when you know what you're doing, it's because you've been doing it usually for a long time, or because it's like your natural calling type thing. And they're also the type of person that is prepared to work like slow and steady towards anything. They have like they know what they want, their sight, like they have goals. So know that like they have goals, which makes sense if they're like a business type person because they care about what they do. They care about their future. They care about pretty much like what their whole long term yields. So when it comes down to that, it seems like they're going to definitely be into some type of business. Like, think a professional type job. Like, anything professional. It's not going to be like any just random job, or like, like it's the type of job that's going to have like, set hours, set schedule, so you guys will be able to work around it. Like, they're going to have a career, more or less, not a job. They're going to have a career. And then as far as the astrology dice, it'll kind of help us a little bit more understand a little bit more behind it. So we have the 5th house. Let's start there because you're asking about profession. The 5th house is like, that house is pretty much all about like kind of like creativity and like hobbies and interests. So when it comes to what they do, their career is something that really interests them. It's not like just like any type of career. Like, they're the type of person that what they do is what makes them happy. Like, they love what they do. They find fun in what they do. They're not like one of those people that are dreading to go to work. They're one of those that look forward to it. They might not enjoy it all the time, but they look forward to it, and they have fun doing it. And also, kind of like, just so you know, they're the type of person too that will definitely, like, I don't know if you want kids or not, but they're like very romantic, and they definitely want kids. Like, they say like they want children in their future. And they're also kind of like, they're very self-expressive. So honestly, hearing that, it sounds like they're going to be very good at communicating, and that goes for work too, but with you as well. So kind of know that, like, they're like, it seems like you won't have to play any guessing games to how they feel. It's more like you'll be able to easily ask, and they'll tell you if they don't tell you before you ask. And then with the overall like energy of who they are type person, the energy you have is like Aries type energy. So for that means they're definitely going to be like, they're like a self-starter when it comes to career. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're like they have authority, like they have an authoritative role. They have like leadership skills because they're very like direct and like fearless. They don't care, like they'll fight for anything they want to achieve because they know that they're capable pretty much. And they're also going to be like either like a boss, like, like I said, they're going to be like a higher up. Like, they're either going to be a boss, and they may even be like a CEO. And they're also going to be like very masculine. And just kind of, so like, kind of keep that in mind. They might be like aggressive, but not in a bad way. It's more like they're competitive when it comes to what they really like, what they really want to do and achieve. So they could be like aggressive in terms of that, if that makes sense. And they're also like extremely passionate. So just keep that in mind. Like, they're like very passionate and driven. So with whatever job they have, that makes sense why they're like such a higher up as far as like a boss or CEO, or they're like, they want a career, not a job, if that makes sense. Like, they think about the long term, like they care about that stuff. And then the last house is, the last dice, the last part that really gives you anything insight to them is you have the Pluto. So just know that like they're gonna hold a lot of power. So like I said, they're gonna be like a higher up. And they're gonna, like I said, they're all about transformation. So don't be surprised if they're the type of person that's trying to build you up and better yourself. And it's not because you don't have anything to offer. It's because they just like to take anything and turn it into its best. So, just utilize that energy. Yeah, anytime. And I wish you the best to, like, this seems like a great person to be, honestly, even just trying to develop a connection with. So thank you for your question, Stella. Thank you for coming back too. Okay. Barbara, I'm gonna assume since you're taking your phone, if you're ready, you can let me know, but I'm pretty sure your phone's giving you issues, so I don't think you're available. Amira, let me know if you're still here. And if not, then U320, go ahead and ask your last question. And I'll just, yeah, you know what, U320, go ahead and ask your question because I'm pretty sure they're either not here or having some issues. Anytime, Stella. Come back anytime. I do free readings on Fridays for all my subscribers. You can ask any question. Thank you again. Okay, you 320, you're going to be the last person and the last question I take. So go ahead. I'm going to shuffle the cards. You know how it goes by now. Go ahead. Ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, pile 2. Go ahead, you 320. Pick a card between 1 and 29. Okay. Okay, you 320. So for the card you picked, I have the 2 of Cups. And this is more like, it seems like, you know what? Honestly, I kind of want you to pick another one to kind of go off of this a little bit. Let me see. Go ahead and pick one more, you 320, between 1 and 28. So I kind of want to get a little bit more guidance. Since this is your final question, I want to get a little bit more guidance behind your answer that I'm getting. Don't forget you 320. Okay, 28. The Ace of Swords. Interesting. Alright, so for the first card you got, I had got the 2 of Cups. And that one's always about like seeing eye to eye and stuff, but that didn't really make sense yet, so that's why I needed the other card. So the other card you picked was the Ace of Swords. So it seems like um, the reason that they did was because there was some type of opportunity and a breakthrough for them that was kind of like an act now type moment, so they kind of thought a little too fast, and that's why they left, because there was this with this 2 of Cups energy. This breakthrough moment was something that they saw eye to eye with, that aligned with them, and that they thought like would bring them like they thought it's like they left you because they thought this breakthrough energy was like a positive change for them, kind of like a, what is it called, like a unity, kind of like the overall energy is like something this breakthrough was having that they had to, like, you know, one of those things where you only have one chance to act on type thing. Seems like why that's what they did. Because there was some like deep connections and shared values that were, but had the potential to grow, but they had to act fast. And that was why they did what they did, to me, if that makes sense. Because with this Ace of Swords, it seems like they let their mind guide them. Like, you know, have you ever heard that term, like, you know, leading with your head instead of your heart? Like, it seems like that's what they did. They led with their head instead of their heart. So don't take it too personal, but it just seems like that's pretty much why they did what they did. They didn't like lead with their heart, otherwise they wouldn't have left. Is they kind of led with their head. You know, when you lead with your head, you tend to make some situations that may not, obviously, or not may not, but like that have a different effect on the people surrounding, and that can cause troubling issues, obviously, because I'm pretty sure that doesn't exactly make you feel pretty good, you know. Because it seemed like that was like they were so quick, like they kind of jumped the gun. They were like embracing new ideas because they were like craving stimulation. Like they're the type of person that jumps at the next opportunity to learn something new. So I hope that makes sense, but that was why they pretty much just jumped the gun. That's what it seems like. They're just like really fired up. But I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question, U320. And this is my final time. I'm going to ask if Amira, if you're still here before I end this stream. And then if anybody's here, U320, you already know as well. You feel free to come back on Friday for my usual stream and ask any question you like. Okay, I think I'm going to assume Amira's not here. So like I said, thanks for anybody that tuned in. Thanks for, you know, getting me to 200 subscribers. I gave you like my little face reveal sneak peek right here. I'll do the full face reveal at 1,000 subscribers, but here's like a little sneak peek for the meantime. But like I said, you know, feel free, anybody here, tune in on Friday where I do my routine live stream, and come ask any question you like. And if anybody missed that tunes in and finds this last second, you know you can come back on Friday too, and I'll happily take you guys again. So thank you guys, and I hope you guys all have a good rest of your day.